dear friends in Scouting. This event has been prepared to be a positive and engaging experience of education and decision-making for the future of World Scouting. We want to make this event meaningful and enjoyable for you. To be as inclusive as possible, we offer all the plenary sessions in our official WUSM languages, English and French. To do so, go to Session Information and click on the Interprefy button. You can then select the language in which you would like to follow for the plenary session. If you have any challenges, please reach out to our dedicated help desk team. On the platform's bottom right corner, you will see the help icon. Here, you can get access and connect with the support team. Delegates are entitled to ask their questions related to the plenary discussions using the live Q&A section. We will do our best to address all your questions either through written responses or directly on stage. You can also use the discussion forum to interact with other participants, speakers, and chairpersons. All participants will be muted during the plenary. If you wish to intervene, raise your hand to talk, and our production team will bring you to the stage. You will need to accept our invitation to join the green room, where our team will test your microphone. And when you're invited to the green room, we also encourage you to turn on your camera to get to know you and best represent the diversity of our movement. Abusive behavior of any kind that leads to harm, prejudice, discrimination, or harassment against any person will not be tolerated during the World Scout Youth Forum. We have safe from harm procedures in place to make sure everyone feels safe and welcomed during this event. If you need any further information, please check scoutconference.org/safefromharm. If you feel unsafe at any moment while participating in the World Scout Youth Forum, please share your concerns by emailing safeforum@scout.org or reach out to a listening ear available at the events. To keep you well informed throughout the forum, you will find the agenda and links to different sessions on the event's participation platform. We will also use the official World Scout Youth Forum website as a communication channel. This plenary session is being streamed live on YouTube and Facebook and will be made available on the platform afterwards for you to see. Let's start our plenary session by welcoming our chairpersons. Enjoy your World Scout Youth Forum.
Welcome! Welcome to our 5th and final day of the World Scout Youth Forum. I hope that you have learned and shared your opinions and experiences during the last 4 days. It has been absolutely amazing to see how the discussions are going online. But also, personally for me, it has been a little bit challenging since we all expected the warmth of a hug, a good laugh during the tea or coffee break, and also the in-person time to share our experiences. Due to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, we ended up in this virtual reality. Nevertheless, this youth forum has also been such a fun life experience for all of us. It demonstrated also our resilience and innovation as individuals and as a movement. And here we are in the last day of the biggest and first ever virtual World Scout Youth Forum, making history in Scouting. Let us reflect together on the journey that we and our communities have gone through in these past couple of years and how young people can have a positive impact in the world.
COVID-19 has impacted us all.
It has taken lives and loved ones.
It has put our education on hold.
It has taken jobs and careers.
It has put us in danger.
Everyone has felt the impact of lockdown.
But for us, the impact has the potential to alter the course of our lives forever.
We are a generation disrupted.
But we refuse to let this pandemic steal our future.
We are resilient.
We are brave.
We are strong.
The global youth mobilization is our chance to make a change
to find solutions that works for us, that are led by us.
We are joining forces with global organizations that are committed to helping us rebuild our communities and reset our futures.
We are calling on governments, policymakers, and brands to prioritize youth-focused policies.
We are championing our access and inclusion in education.
The Global Youth Summit 2021 will mark the start of a global movement
to channel investment, ideas, and actions to build a better future.
Young people like you and me from all over the world
are invited to submit our own solutions to local health and societal challenges caused by COVID-19.
This is our chance for our voices to be heard
and our actions to be seen.
Together, we are leading this mobilization.
We are determined to be the heart of solutions.
This is our chance
to bring our vision for a better world to life.
COVID-19 has indeed impacted all of us. As young people, we are affected now, and we will face the impacts of the pandemic in the future as well, which is why it is so important to make sure that we contribute to building back better and lessen the negative impacts of the pandemic on all of us. Please, now we would like to know from you in the chat box or live discussion icon what actions you have been taking to cope with and help others in your community to lessen the impacts of the pandemic. The education systems, employment opportunities, our health and well-being, as well as the social and economic equality have been further compromised by the pandemic. So let's see what you, young people in Scouting, have been doing to bring positive changes in your communities. I invite you all to comment on the chat box, the live discussion icon, what have you been doing to cope with the pandemic? We saw during these days, during the forum, for example, people doing the projects focus also on SDGs. We saw people changing their communities. And we heard people changing their communities, don't we, Maury?
Yes. And actually, I know there are a lot of innovation projects that are coming up. This really shows that how young people are resilient and how people still want to change and shape the future. So all of you, share with us in the chat, what do you think?
And while we move on, it is indeed, for us at least, really inspiring to go, as we went into the different breakouts and heard your discussions, and also as we listened to our keynote speaker and from other young people, it's amazing the work that you're doing. It is absolutely amazing that you are so committed to making this world a better place for everyone. It is also important that we remember that as young people, we are at the heart of the COVID-19 response and recovery efforts as active global citizens. And we read one comment. Let me read it out loud. Thank you for sharing. We get one comment saying that this person has been providing translations on COVID news and measures in the Netherlands for international students and expats, ensuring they remain up to date on the rules and regulations in their lives. Thank you, Bart, for sharing this with us. I also see another comment saying that they've shared to introduce STEM activities in the Scouting. Kumar from India, thank you. Thank you as you shared your reflections. I see also that Tunisian Scouts are volunteering with the Ministry of Health during the vaccination campaigns. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you for your commitment. So, indeed, it is very inspiring for us to see that work. And there are many opportunities, including funding to support young people working on innovative solutions to the challenges posed by the pandemic. We invite you to visit the Global Youth Mobilization exhibition stand under the World Scouting Partners and Initiatives to find out more about how you can contribute to a better post-COVID-19 world. So now let's look at what happened yesterday. Day 4, what happened? Did you enjoy it? Let's look at these amazing drawings again by our amazing volunteer, Jesper, that has been doing this since the first day of the forum. Thank you very much once again, Jesper, for this absolutely inspiring way of recapping our days. Yesterday, our main focus was, of course, on the Youth Forum declaration, but also we started discussing the draft resolutions and constitutional amendments proposed to the World Scout Conference. Today, we will be voting on the World Scout Youth Forum declaration as a whole, and then we will move on to listening, reviewing, discussing, and voting on the different proposed amendments to the draft resolutions. Please keenly and actively participate in this session so that you can raise your voice. We will also have today our closing session. I know it's sad, but it's the end. And please stay tuned to whatever the planning team has prepared for you. Now, dear friends, let me start with a reflection. The Youth Forum is an educational and a safe space for us to learn about decision-making processes. I encourage all of you here to take this opportunity to reflect on the voting process that we are following. The first thing that I want to share with you is that everything that we're doing here, from the Youth Forum declarations to the proposals of amendments to the draft resolutions, are to express the views of the participants of this forum. So it is very, very important that you critically engage with the proposals that are being presented to you. Secondly, remember that expressing your opinion and voting against a proposal is not a bad thing. But it could actually mean that, for example, you do not agree with part of a proposal. But you have to either vote for, against, or abstain if you wish to vote. And remember that your vote will influence the conference. So be sure that you can take informed decisions. Thirdly, it is important that we understand the structure of the proposals. For example, in the resolutions, you will see that there is a first part that is a preamble, and that offers the general context and considerations of the proposal. And then it comes the call to action to different stakeholders. As for the triennial plan, the strategic priorities have key objectives, which are not meant to be operational. So please be aware of these while discussing and voting. Finally, please note that when voting, some proposals can be complementary, and some can be mutually exclusive. So be careful on how you vote. Now, let's move on for the voting session of today. Before I explain the process, let's take a moment to ensure that everyone is logged in into the e-voting system. I'll invite all head of delegations to log in and be ready to cast your votes. Let's watch a short video as a reminder on how to access the system.
How to access the e-voting system. To access the Youth Forum e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote-yf.scout.org. Note that this is a different URL than the one for the conference. We recommend that you bookmark this page for easy access throughout the event. The head of delegation is to log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email is expired as soon as the account is activated. To reset your password, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Remember that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge, and Safari. The e-voting system will not function on your mobile, and its user experience will be reduced with any other browser.
Thank you for that reminder. I hope that you are having enough time to get into the e-voting system. As you might remember, yesterday we spent a long time talking about the Youth Forum Declaration. It was fun, but it was a long time. And now that you have even more time to look at the Youth Forum Declaration as a whole in the live document, we will now move to vote the whole declaration as it is. We will not take any further discussions. We will now move to vote the declaration as a whole. Please be reminded that this Youth Forum Declaration will be included in the report to the World Scout Conference, and that it will also guide the work of the new youth advisors to the next triennium. So I now invite all head of delegations to log in into the e-voting system. We will be voting on the World Scout Youth Forum Declaration as a whole. As soon as I get confirmation from the e-voting system. Okay, I get confirmation that the system is ready. You will have 5 minutes to cast your vote if you wish to do so. The vote is now open. What you're seeing on the screen is forum document number 6, the Youth Forum Declaration, with all the amendments that we amended yesterday. And the vote, I remind all head of delegations that the vote is open. Even if we're not seeing that on screen, the vote is open. So please go into the e-voting system. And we'll be waiting till we get your votings. Thank you, delegations. We will now soon see the results on screen. The voting is closed, so we will now soon see the results on screen. Thank you. So with 159 votes in favor, 8 abstentions, and 7 votes against, the Youth Forum declaration is carried and adopted. Congratulations, Youth Forum. So now, let's move on to the second part of this voting session, and for that, I will hand it over to Maury.
Thanks, Sienna. Youth Forum, it is now time to start our voting section on the proposed amendments which your different international teams have submitted for the conference resolutions, including the Triennial Plan, constitutional amendments, and draft resolutions. Again, everyone should be aware by now, we want to provide as much support as possible to ensure that each delegation that wishes to vote can do so. If you experience any challenges, please contact the help desk through the blue help button at the bottom right corner of the screen on the participation platform or the e-voting system. Before we proceed to discussion and voting, we'll now hear from the drafting committee about their formal report to the Youth Forum of the proposals and amendments received by international teams. Can I invite Jason Ginrich from the drafting committee to address the forum? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Members, on behalf of the drafting committee of the 14th World Scout Youth Forum, the drafting committee received proposed amendments to the draft conference resolutions and amendments to these proposals by the deadline of 10 o'clock GMT, August 22nd. Of these proposals, we received an unprecedented number of amendments to draft resolutions, amendments to the draft resolutions, and amendments to the Triennial Plan. All of the amendments were carefully considered by the drafting committee against the conference document 2B resolution and amendment guidelines. In considering the amendments, we paid special attention to the format, consistency, and avoiding duplications. In doing so, the draft committee did not consider any material decisions beyond basic editing. The committee also did not consider the potential of additional resources required if these amendments are accepted by the World Scout Youth Forum or the World Scout Conference. The drafting committee has had the opportunity to consult with the Constitution Committee, and due to the sheer number of amendments and the relatively high detail and specification, we were unable to include all amendments into a suitable format to allow for voting. Due to these factors, the drafting committee decided to move a middle ground proposal, which was submitted by several international teams for a final vote. Additionally, as we did not want to lose the opportunity to vote on some more specific details which amendments provide, so we included the most notable ones as individual bullet points for consideration of the Youth Forum. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the World Scout Bureau who stepped in last night and early this morning to assist the drafting committee with the unprecedented volume and breadth of submissions that we received. And a thank you to all of the delegates and observers who have been so actively contributing to this process throughout the forum. This first digital World Scout Youth Forum will provide learnings and insights for the World Scout Conference and future digital events. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. And thank you so much to the drafting committee. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the drafting committee for pulling all these amendments together in a short period of time. And I wish the Youth Forum can join me together in thanking them in the discussion channel, discussion box. So thank all the efforts that they're putting together for the last night and early morning today. We'll now move on for discussions of different proposals and amendments. Before we move on, we'll elaborate on how are we going to do the voting process today. Among all the draft resolutions, there is the constitutional amendments on safe from harm, WUSM registration fee system, youth engagement strategy, and leadership in peace, where there is no proposals brought forward by the international teams. Hence, this will not be considered by the Youth Forum to put to the vote in the interest of time. This will also give us more time for the Youth Forum to address the issues that the Youth Forum think is important and crucial to be discussed. With that in mind, we'll now move on to the first section of our discussion, which is on the draft objectives of the World Triennial Plan 2021 to 2024. The first section that we're going to discuss is on youth engagement. You will now see on the screen the proposals that are accepted by the drafting committee. We'll open the floor for discussions on each strategic priorities. So now the floor is open for discussion on the draft objectives on youth engagement and the additional points proposed by international teams, which is marked in red as shown on the screen. After the discussion, we'll move to a simultaneous vote like yesterday on all the red bullet points from A to F. Afterwards, we'll move on to another strategic priority. And after all the discussions on the strategic priorities, we'll move to a discussion and vote of the entire resolution, the draft triennial plan and the resolution on strategy for scouting. I now open the floor for discussion. Please, for delegates who wish to speak, you can raise your hand now. And you can also raise your interventions by typing your remarks in the live Q&A chat. If in any event that we cannot bring you on the floor, the chairs will take the opportunity to read out your interventions on behalf of you, to provide sufficient opportunity for all of you to participate in this decision-making process. I understand that Romania, the delegates from Romania would like to speak and address the floor. For the first time that we have people on screen today, I just want to remind all of you that your intervention should be short and concise to 1 minute and 30 seconds. I now see you on screen. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Maury. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrea from Romania. And referring to Amendment E that we have on the Triennial Plan, we understand and support the amendment because currently the Triennial Plan refers to internal matters of youth engagement. But I think we can all agree that we as Scouts, like one of the aims of Scouting is to create active citizens. And a very important aspect to note here is that by political participation, we as Scouts mean to actively engage and advocate for changes in our communities without being politically partisan or affiliating our actions with political parties. And yeah, just please take this into consideration when voting on your amendments. And thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on the plenary.
Thank you so much, the delegate from Romania. I'll continue to open the floor for discussion on the strategic priority of youth engagement. I will open the floor for 15 more seconds to to ensure that all delegates who wish to speak will have the opportunity to raise your hand or to type your intervention in the live Q&A chat. Remember, if you want to bring your intervention to the floor, you will need to use the live Q&A box, but not the discussion forum. I understand there is no more hands raised. Oh, we have one hand raised. I understand that on day 5, the raise hand button is now turned to purple. As it is a forum decision that purple is the favorite color, we now make the raise hand button purple. I understand that there is an intervention on the Q&A box saying that Amendment A and Amendment E are the same thing. I understand there are 2 other hands raised. Please be reminded to accept the invitation. And please check your connections, your cameras, speakers, and microphones. I understand Algeria is ready. The delegates of Algeria will now bring you to the floor.
Hello, everyone. It's Amina from Algeria. Thank you for this space to these discussions, these very fruitful discussions and important discussions. I just wanted to highlight and support the amendment A for asking to give the right support for youth and the right tools and trainings so that they can be really involved in the discussions and in decision making, and also in the intergenerational dialogue, so that we ensure that their participation is effective. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, the delegate from Algeria. I understand the delegate from the United States of America is ready. We'll now bring you to the floor, and I will take this as the last intervention. The delegates from the United States of America.
Hello. We think that the wording in Part A should be changed to regional and national leadership programs, and that B, C, and D are too similar, and that they should just be combined into a single section. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates from the United States of America. I just want to remind delegations that amendment from the floor is not accepted. As to the comments on B, C, and D, I will leave it to the delegations to cast your votes carefully and to cast your vote as you wish. I will now move it to the vote, the amendments on youth engagement. I would like to ask all head of delegations, please move on to the e-voting system and ready to cast your vote if you wish. We are opening 6 votes simultaneously. The vote will be open for 10 minutes. I understand the voting system is ready. The vote is now open. The head of delegations, if you wish to cast your vote, you may now cast your vote in the e-voting system. Welcome back to the plenary. The votes are now closed. We'll soon show on the screens the voting results on the amendments to the draft objectives of the World Triennial Plan 2021 to 2024 on youth engagement. We'll first go to Amendment A. The results will be on the screen soon. For Amendment A, the amendment is carried. We'll now move to Amendment B. The amendment is carried. You can always read the results in the e-voting system as well. Amendment C. It is carried. And now we move to D. Proposal D is also carried. We now go to E. Proposal E. It is also carried. Last but not least, Proposal F. It is carried. With the amendments on the youth engagement section approved and voted, we'll now move on to the amendments on educational methods. You will now show on screen there is one amendment received, one proposal, which you can now see on the screen. There are two. My apology, there are two. One, as you can see, is on strategic priority, objectives 2.8. And the other one is on 2.13. I will now open the floor for discussion on the strategic objectives and the proposals. The floor is now open. Please raise your hand if you wish to address the forum. Please be reminded that you can always use the live Q&A box to type your interventions, and we can read it out on behalf of the delegates. There's one hand raised. We're waiting. Please be reminded that you will need to accept the invitation in order for the production team to bring you to the green room. Please be reminded that you should check your microphones, your speakers, camera, and internet connectivity. After you accept the invitation, we'll bring you to the green room and to the floor. We are still waiting. Let's give them some time to bring people on the screen. Delegate from France is ready. I will now bring the delegate from France on the screen. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, dear delegates, observers, and all participants. I will speak in French. Le texte de l'amendement, reformulé en comité, a perdu toute son essence. Voici la proposition que nous voulions avec les délégations françaises porter. Je l'ai dit en anglais. Urge was to use of free and open source softwares, platforms, and free operating systems in all virtual operations as they are more ethical. Ce projet d'amendement a pour vocation d'ancrer la notion d'engagement digital, jusque-là tout juste évoquée, dans la section méthodes éducatives du plan triennal. Cette notion peut être floue pour le scoutisme à travers le monde, puisque loin de nos activités habituelles, mais avec la digitalisation croissante de nos sociétés et de nos mouvements, cela devient une réelle question. La délégation française exhorte donc l'Organisation mondiale du mouvement scout à utiliser et à encourager l'utilisation des outils informatiques libres et open source dans toutes ses activités virtuelles. Les valeurs de projet collectif, de collaboration, de liberté et de relier notre monde rejoignent amplement nos valeurs scouts. Leur fonctionnement plus écologique, car consommant moins d'énergie et sans profit derrière, rejoignent les convictions écologiques que nous portons chaque fois plus fortement. Dans le cyberespace aussi, tout ce que nous utilisons est essentiel, tout ce que nous faisons a un impact, alors l'engagement scout et l'éthique que nous voulons persévérera dans la dimension virtuelle. La délégation française vous encourage donc fortement à accepter alors l'amendement. Merci.
Thank you so much. We note your concern and thank you for your remarks. However, it is noted that amendments from the floor cannot be accepted. We now continue to open the floor for discussion. I will wait for another 10 seconds before I close the floor. Okay, I see no further hand raised. I will now move the amendments A and B to vote. The proposal A and B to vote. Would head of delegates please move to the voting platform and be ready to cast your vote if you wish. Proposal A and B. The system is ready now. The vote will open for 5 minutes. The vote is now open. The votes are closed. We will soon show on the screen the results of the two proposals. For proposal A, we're now shown on the screen. Proposal A is carried. For proposal B is carried. And you can always read the voting results on the e-voting platform. I will now move on to the third strategic priority, diversity and inclusion. We have received 4 proposals altogether, from A to D. I will now open the floor for discussions on the overall strategic priority and the proposals. For those who wish to address the forum, please raise your hand now. Remember, the raise hand button is now purple. And you can always use the live Q&A chat to post your intervention. I'll open the floor for another 15 seconds. If you wish to address the forum, please raise your hand now. Alternatively, you can always use the live Q&A box to type your intervention, and we'll read it on behalf of the delegates. I see no further questions raised, no hand raised on the floor. I will now move the proposal A, B, C, and D to a vote. Proposal A, B, C, and D. Before I do that, I give the last opportunity for delegates who wish to speak and discuss to raise your hand and to use the live Q&A box to type your interventions. I repeat myself, if you wish to address the floor for interventions and discussions, please raise your hand or type your interventions in the live Q&A box. I see no further hands raised. At this point, I will now move proposal A, B, C, and D to a vote. Would head of delegations please move to the e-voting platform and be ready. I understand that the voting system is ready now. The vote will now be open for 5 minutes. The vote is now open. Welcome back to the plenary. The votes are closed. We'll show on the screen the results of proposal A, B, C, and D. I understand that the live document may not be most updated. I will encourage delegations to refresh your screen in order to get the latest live documents. Now I will show on the screen proposal A. Proposal A is carried. Proposal B, as you can see on the screen, proposal B is also carried. Next, proposal C. Proposal C is also carried. Last but not least, proposal D. Proposal D is also carried. I will once again remind the Youth Forum delegates, if you wish to address the forum and to have discussions on proposals and the strategic priorities or the draft resolutions, you will need to raise your hand and we can bring you on the screen for discussions. If you do not raise your hand, or if you don't use the live Q&A box to type your interventions, there is no way we can bring your discussions on the floor and to address the Youth Forum. I will now pass on to Deanna to continue for the remaining strategic priorities.
Thank you, Maury. In the interest of time and looking at the number of proposals that we received for the strategic priorities on social impact and communications and external relations, we received 2 proposals for each strategic priority. I will now open the floor for discussions on both social impact and communications and external relations. If you wish to speak and address the Youth Forum, you may raise your hand in the purple button. We remind you that you need to raise your hand or use the live Q&A function so that we can help you if you cannot make it to the green room. We will now be opening the floor for both the discussions on social impact and communications and external relations. Please raise your hand if you wish to address the forum. At this moment, we have 1 raised hand, so please be patient as we work on getting you on screen. I see the raised hand from Bosnia. Please be patient as we work to bring you on screen. Be reminded that you need to accept the invitation to join the green room. I see Bosnia is getting ready to address the forum. We will soon have the delegate of Bosnia with us. Just be patient. And if you wish to address the forum on the strategic priorities on social impact or communications and external relations, you may raise your hand. I see the delegate of Bosnia is ready. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Diana. Hello, everyone. This is Janin here from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We would like to point out to Amendment B 4.4, develop tools to assist NSOs and World Scouting in monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness and impact of the NSO's youth program, and develop strategies on how to effectively support NSOs in improving their youth program. Now, while we do support all development initiatives regarding the youth program. We just do not see this amendment fit within the social impact section, since it points towards improving the youth program and not necessarily monitoring its impacts. We believe that the improvement of the youth program goes under the educational methods. Thank you so much for the time and for the opportunity.
Thank you, Delegate, for your intervention. I see no more hands raised, but I do take note of a comment from the delegation of the United States saying that social impact is a reword on A.
Proposal A,
yes,
I think it's on Proposal A.
Yes, thank you. That is a bit difficult. So on Proposal A reword and is not necessary. So Proposal A is a reword and it is not necessary. The two clauses are just flipped in the amendment. Thank you for that comment. And I see no more hands raised. This will be your last chance, delegates, if you wish to address the forum on the strategic priorities on social impact and/or communications and external relations. I will wait a few seconds more to see if there are raised hands.
I would say it is an important and crucial topic. The whole purpose of the Youth Forum is to encourage discussions. And I really, really wish if delegates who wish to address the forum can raise your hand or either type your intervention in the Q&A box, such that we can bring your discussions and your thoughts to the Youth Forum and address the forum.
Thank you for those remarks, Maury. I hear that the delegation of India is getting ready to address the Youth Forum. So let's give it some seconds so that we can bring you on screen. Please be reminded that you need to accept the invitation to join the green room. I will take India as the last delegation for this section, and then we will move to the vote. You can still share your comments in the live Q&A section. I see a comment from the delegation of Canada saying that on Proposal B, we advise NSOs voting against Proposal B because it is redundant with the previous sections. Thank you, Delegate of Canada, and I hear that the delegation of India is ready. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dana, and greetings from the Bharat Scouts and Guides, India. Definitely, we think that it is very important to develop strategies in implementing youth program, and we second both of these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of India. We will now move to the vote on these proposals on social impact and communications and external relations. This vote will be opened for 7 minutes. So delegates, if you wish to cast your vote, please get ready into the e-voting system. I note a comment also asking that both proposals are labeled A and B. Yes, don't worry, you will be able to note that it's for social impact, A and B, and then communications and external relations, A and B. Let me just get the confirmation from the voting system. We have it ready, so I now open the vote for 7 minutes. Thank you, delegations. The votes are now closed. We will be soon looking at the results on screen. First, we'll see social impact, proposal A. We see that this motion is carried. Thank you. We will now move to proposal B on social impact. We see also that this motion is carried. Thank you. We will now move to proposal A on communications and external relations. This motion is carried. Thank you. And finally, proposal B on communications and external relations. This is also carried. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to the next strategic priority on governance. For this, we have received 4 proposals, as you may see on the screen soon. Here we have them. We have labeled them A, B, C, and D. I will now open the floor for any discussions if there are delegates that wish to speak and address the Youth Forum. Remember that you have to raise your hand in the purple label that says raise your hand, and then you will be invited to accept the invitation to join the green room. You need to check your cameras, microphones, speakers, and internet connectivity to be able to bring you to the green room. If you wish to address the Youth Forum, please raise your hand now. You can also use the live Q&A section to pose your question in case we lose you. The floor is open, delegates. If you have any remarks, if you wish to address the Youth Forum participants, please raise your hand. I see no raised hands at this moment and no comments on the Q&A. And let me tell you, this is kind of weird because we cannot see people here raising the cards. But I would just guess that if there are no raised hands, we're ready to move into the vote. So please, head of delegations, get ready into the e-voting system. I see one comment before we move into the vote from the delegation of Azerbaijan. And we also have one hand raised. So from the delegation of Azerbaijan, to comment on proposal A, bullet point 6.4, they say, although climate change is very crucial, we believe that in terms of governance, we need to take into account all the risks, and that is why we think that crisis and risk management implies climate change as well. Thank you, delegation of Azerbaijan. And I see no raised hands, so I will move to the vote. Please, head of delegations, be ready to cast your vote if you wish to. The vote will be opened for 4 votes, 4 proposals, 7 minutes. The vote is open. Thank you, delegations. The vote is now closed. We will soon look at the results on screen. So for proposal A, the motion is carried. Thank you. We will move to proposal B. The motion for proposal B is carried. Thank you. On proposal C, the motion is carried. Thank you. And finally, on proposal D, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. With this forum, we have come to the end of the 6 strategic priorities of the draft Triennial Plan. Since the Triennial Plan in Conference Document 6B is part of the Draft Resolution 2021-C, Strategy for Scouting World Triennial Plan 2021-2024, we will now move to a vote on this draft resolution. We will vote on Resolution 2021-C, Strategy for Scouting World Triennial Plan 2021-2024. This vote, however, does not approve the resolution since the forum cannot approve the resolution. We will be doing this vote to have a sense or a feeling of the forum's views on this resolution. So head of delegations, be ready to cast your vote if you wish to. We will be voting on the draft resolution 2021-C, Strategy for Scouting World Triennial Plan. This vote will be open for 3 minutes. So delegates, please, if you wish to, you may now cast your vote. Thank you, delegates. We're moving forward. Thank you for your patience and your enthusiasm. We will now show on screen the results for this vote. The views on the Youth Forum on this draft resolution is that the motion should be carried. Thank you. We will now be taking a 5-minute break, and after that, we will come back to discuss and vote on resolutions 2021F, Evolving the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference, and also 2021G, Youth Advisor System and Youth Involvement in Decision Making. We will now take a 5-minute break.
Welcome back to the Youth Forum. I hope you did enjoy a short break. Stretch a little bit, practice the dance. It's the 5th day now. All of you should know it by heart right now, how to dance. Next, we'll go on to one of the most debated topic, I would say. Resolutions 2021F, involving the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference. You will now see on the screen, there are 3 proposals. And I will now move all of them for discussions. And before that, I would like to mention that by 10 GMT, 10 in the morning GMT today, we have received 1 amendment to Proposal A. And that is now marked as Proposal A1, Amendment A1, as you can see, marked in blue text. So I would like to address the forum in explaining the procedures, the voting procedures, before we move on to a discussion. And this will first move on to a vote on A1, that is the blue text together with the red text. So it will be moving on A1 as a whole. If delegation thinks the Amendment A1 is acceptable and vote in favor of Amendment A1, the entire A will be considered as carried as amended. If in the event that Proposal A1, this Amendment A1, is not carried, we'll revert back to the red text without the blue text on screen, and that will be Proposal A, the original proposal. After that, we'll move together to vote on A, B, and C together. So first of all, we'll move to vote on A1. As you can see, the blue text together with the red text. As a whole, A1 together with A. If A1 is defeated, we'll move back to A. I hope this is clear. I now open the floor for discussions. Again, I need to remind delegates, it is crucial for you to click the raise hand button and accept the invitation in order to address the forum. Please remember to accept the invitation. Again, the live Q&A box is also available for delegation who wish to type your interventions in the Q&A box. And we'll read it out on behalf of the delegations. I now open the floor for discussion. For delegates who wish to speak and address the forum, please raise your hand. I understand that we are now not moving to safe from harm yet. We'll move to safe from harm resolutions after this Evolving the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference 2021F and 2021G, Youth Advisor System and Youth Involvement in Decision Making, in order to provide the opportunity for delegations to discuss and debate on these 2 important resolutions, as there are a lot of proposals coming in from international teams. We're not saying other resolutions are not important, but we just want to ensure that we provide sufficient opportunity for our delegations to discuss and to express their opinions if they wish. I understand the delegates from the United Arab Emirates is ready. We now bring the delegates from UAE, United Emirates. I now see you on screen. The floor is yours.
Hi, Maury and Diana. Thank you all for giving me the chance to address the forum. We also, as a delegation of United Arab Emirates, we think it's crucial to carry on with the first amendment and not continue with the red text. due to not being relevant for the red text to be amended or reviewed. All the blue text is meaningful for this amendment to be carried, as this proposal is crucial for us as youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates from the United Arab Emirates. I just want to remind everybody, later on we'll first take a vote on the blue text that you can see on screen, the blue text A1, together with the red text. So it's the entire A as amended. If the amendment in blue is carried, then we'll take proposal A as amended carried. This is such an important topic. I understand there is another comment saying that we skipped the amendment on resolutions 2021D. And I just want to address the youth forum that we are going to take 2021F and 2021G first to allow sufficient opportunity for delegates who wish to discuss and debate on this topic. And then we'll move on back to the next resolutions on safe from harm. I see there is one hand raised. We'll give you some time. Remember to check your camera, check your speaker and microphone, and your internet connectivity before we bring you on the green room. Okay, we're still waiting. Please be reminded that if you delegates, you wish to speak, remember to click the purple raise hand button. It is very important at the youth forum that you engage in discussions and constructive debates before a voting section. Again, I need to remind delegates, you will need to accept the invitations from the production team in order for us to bring you to the green room. Without accepting the invitations, there is no way for us to bring you to the green room. Alternatively, you can always use the Q&A box for an intervention, which we'll read on behalf of the delegations. I will now open the floor for 10 more seconds. I understand that there is an intervention coming in text from the United Kingdom. The delegates of the United Kingdom would like to address the forum as follows. We are currently at 36% youth membership of the committee. 30% could be a step backward, but we should have a set target. And I understand that there is a delegate from Canada who wishes to address the forum. I will now invite the delegate from Canada on the floor.
Hey, thank you. My name is Benjamin. I'm a delegate from Canada, and I will strongly advise the NSOs to vote against the proposition A because we believe that strict rules about youth participation is not the right way to do it, and we believe that how do you say that?
Organic?
More solution in future, more lasting solutions will be a better way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates of Canada. I see 2 other hands raised. Please be reminded that you will need to accept the invitation before we bring you to the green room. Once again, we are providing the opportunities for delegates who wish to address the forum to speak and discuss on this resolution. I understand that the delegates from Australia is ready. We're now bringing you on the screen the delegates from Australia. We are still waiting. We now see you on the screen. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We as a delegation from Australia believe that Amendment A ensure that a defined percentage can be taken as a 0% is a defined percentage. We believe that having a set percentage of at least 30% is more productive to the conference and to ensuring that we have a set percentage of youth engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the delegates from Australia. I just want to make a point of clarification here. When the delegates of Australia is mentioning, ensure that a defined percentage, it is indeed in Amendment A1 instead of A. So delegates, please be mindful that the intervention from Scouts Australia is on the blue text. I see one more hand raised. Please accept the invitation such that we can bring you to the green room. I understand that there is another intervention in the live Q&A box from the delegates of Colombia. The intervention is as follows. The amendment is talking about the number of delegates for a new event, but not within the committee. This is the intervention from Colombia. I understand that there are other people who have raised your hand. The delegates of Poland is ready. I'll now open the floor to the delegates of Poland. I now see you on the screen. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to address that we also think that we should have a defined percent of the delegates because then we have a measurable goal. So it's much better to address this one. As well, we would like to encourage you to vote in favor of the proposal B because we think that it would be beneficial for all of the regions, especially for the countries as well, that have troubles with sending the delegates for the forums. So it might help them in sending even more of them. And it wouldn't just make the NSOs or force them to send the delegates that are younger, but it would also help them probably. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the delegates from Poland. Your point is taken. I see two more hands raised on the platform. Please be reminded that to accept the invitation in order for our production team to bring you on screen. You're also reminded that if you wish to interfere, if you wish to provide your intervention, you can always use the live Q&A box. I understand that the delegates from Peru is ready to address the forum. I now see you on the screen. The floor is yours.
I would like. Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to add that at least for some countries, it's important to have this kind of quota at the beginning because sometimes we don't have a privilege as some other countries that they have young people participating in the structure of their government. So I believe it's important, at least in the beginning, to have this kind of quota to work and have this participation in these spaces because if we don't have it, we are not going to have these spaces to participate. So At least from Peru, we believe that, and I hope that we make the best decision so all the young people can be able to participate in the next conference.
The delegate of Peru, may I suggest you can repeat your address? There was an internet connectivity challenge here. Can you repeat your intervention to address the forum? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was saying, like, for at least from some countries, we believe that participating in the conference as the only one event is become kind of a privilege because we don't have a lot of young participation or support from our NSOs to participate in the conference. So we believe that it's important to have a kind of quota in the beginning because our NSOs are not used to have youth participation and youth engagement. At least in the beginning, it's important to have this quota so the young people can be able to participate and have these spaces because it becomes kind of a privilege. And I know some countries have a lot of young people in the government spaces and in the executive spaces, but in other countries we don't have it. So it's important in the beginning to start with this, and after that maybe we can change the game and start to moving along because we get used to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegations of Peru. I understand that there is one hand raised, and please accept the invitation, and I will take this as the last intervention. In the meantime, I understand that there is a intervention by text from India. The delegates of India would like to address the forum as follows. As we are still going by the pandemic, we support the present system for the upcoming 2 of 3 trienniums. Thank you, the delegates of India. The last intervention is the delegates of Singapore. We'll now bring you on screen. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of my delegation, we have some clarifications and thoughts that we have, especially towards the quota basis. We think that it is a double-edged sword. It is not based on merit, but as an artificial line drawn. Yeah, so that is something that we hope that everybody can consider, because this, I think it's an important point to have the best representation for each delegation for the conference and forum. Yeah, also, using of incentive might not be the best method to ensure youth participation. We think that we should do our part to empower and encourage our youth to step up, to take on the roles instead of through using of incentive measures. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates of Singapore. I will now move Amendment A1 to a vote. Let me explain once again how does it work in the voting system. First of all, the delegates will vote on Amendment A1. Amendment A1, which is highlighted in blue text, together with the red one, for A, for Proposal A. So in the event that Amendment A1 is passed, we'll consider the Proposal A as amended is passed as a whole, and will not move to a vote for Proposal A anymore. In the event that Proposal A1 is defeated, we'll revert back to the red text for Proposal A as the original text, and we'll move Proposal A original text for a vote. I hope I made myself clear in terms of the voting process of amendments. I now open the vote for Amendment A1 to vote. The vote will be open for 3 minutes, and I will open the vote after confirmation from the voting team. I understand that the system is ready. I will now open the vote for Amendment A1. Remember, if Amendment A1 is carried, then the Proposal A together with Amendment A1 is considered carried. If Amendment A1 is defeated, we'll revert back to Proposal A, red text as original text. The vote is now open for 3 minutes. Head of delegations, if you wish to cast your vote, you may now cast your vote in the e-voting system. Thank you. Welcome back to the plenary. The vote is now closed. I will now show on the screen Amendment A1. The motion is carried. We'll now move on. We'll now move on to the vote of Proposal B and C. Proposal B and C. We'll now move on to Proposal B and C to a vote. I now ask the voting system to get the votes ready. I understand the system is ready. With head of delegations, please move to the e-voting system to cast your vote if you wish to. The vote is now open. The votes are now closed. Welcome back to the plenary. We're now showing on the screen the voting results for Proposal B and Proposal C. The results on Proposal B is on the screen. The motion is carried. For Proposal C, the result is also shown on the screen, and you can also see it at the e-voting system. The motion is also carried. The next vote that we are going to vote is on the resolutions as amended, 2021F, involving the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference, with the additions of Proposal A, Proposal B, and Proposal C. May we now ask all the head of delegations, please move to the voting system. I need to remind every delegations that this is not a vote to approve the draft resolutions, but is to get the sense of the views of the youth forum as a whole. The formal approval of the draft resolutions will come at the conference. I understand that the voting system is ready. The vote is now open for 3 minutes. Head of delegations, if you wish to cast your vote, you may now go and cast your votes. Thank you. Welcome back to the plenary. Now we'll show on screen the results on 2021F involving the World Scout Youth Forum and World Scout Conference. Please be reminded once again, this is an indicative vote to get a sense of the youth forum. The results will now be shown on the screen. With 130 votes in favor, 28 against, and 10 Abstentions? The resolutions is carried. Before we move on to the next discussions, I understand that there are some questions raised and someone has raised their hand. Please accept your invitation in order to bring in the green room. Okay, I understand there is one hand raised. We'll try to resolve all your remarks before we move on to the next resolutions. I understand that the delegates of El Salvador would like to come to the floor. We are still waiting. Please be a little bit patient. Please accept your invitation if you wish to be brought to the green room. We're doing some final checks before bringing you on the screen. Okay, I understand that they no longer wish to address the forum. We'll now move on to the next resolutions. 2021G, Youth Advisor System and Youth Involvement and Decision Making. By the stipulated deadlines, we have received 3 proposals and 2 amendments to the proposals, which are now shown on screen. There are 4 proposals. I would like to draw the delegation's attention. There are 4 proposals and 2 amendments. The fourth proposal, Proposal D, is on page 26 of the live document. If you scroll down, and then you can see Proposal D. So there are 4 proposals in total and 2 amendments. Again, we'll first move to a vote after discussion. The vote on Amendment A1 and Amendment B1. Amendment A1 and Amendment B1. In the event that Amendment A1 is carried, we'll treat Proposal A as amended carried. In the event that Amendment A1 is defeated, we'll revert back to the red text and vote on Proposal A, the original text. The same principle applies to Proposal B and Amendment B1. Again, please be reminded that these discussions will cover both the proposals and the amendments together. I now open the floor for questions. I understand that there is an intervention from the Netherlands regarding Proposal C, and the delegates of the Netherlands would like to address the forum as follows. Regarding Proposal C, extending the committee to include more voting members does not really help in getting youth involved in the committee. I would rather see a minimum of young people on the positions that are already there and have a say. I would therefore recommend to vote against Proposal C. I know there is one hand raised, and I understand the delegates from Canada is ready. We'll now bring you to the screen. Before you address the forum, I would like to remind you that in your address and intervention, please also state which proposal, if you wish to address the forum, or is it like general intervention? Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So my first concerns is, well, as the Canadian delegation, we support the fact that we need insurance if the youth advisor system is dissolved. I'm not sure. And if the youth advisor system, we need assurance that the youth involvement will continue and that the youth people will be part of the decision-making progress. We don't think that quotas is the right answer, and we think that as an organization, we can come up with a more innovative solution. And so I'll advise organization to vote against A and B, and C we'll advise to vote against it because we think it is unclear just like that, with no more youth involvement, youth engagement in it, in the proposition. But we'll advise to vote strongly for the D proposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates from Canada. The next, we have the delegate from France, which is going to address the forum in French. I would like to ask participants, if you wish to turn on your interpretation button, you can do so now. The delegates of France, you may now address the forum. Thank you.
Dear organizers and participants, I'm going to speak in French. Bonjour à tous. Merci au président de séance. J'aimerais m'adresser au forum à propos de l'amendement qui propose d'augmenter le nombre de membres votants du comité à 18. Tout d'abord, cet amendement va à l'encontre du travail mené durant cette triennium avec le groupe de travail sur la taille et l'efficacité du comité. En effet, cet amendement propose d'agrandir le comité composé des membres votants de l'OMMS. Or, cela réduirait probablement encore l'efficacité du processus décisionnel du comité. De plus, le nombre de membres votants dans le comité ne résout pas le problème de la participation des jeunes. Qu'est-ce qui empêcherait des personnes plus âgées de remplir ces 6 places supplémentaires? La délégation française encourage donc toutes les délégations à voter contre cet amendement. Merci à tous.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the delegate from France. Next, we have the delegates from the United States of America ready to address the forum. We'll now bring you on screen. I now see you on the screen. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, Maury. Although considering age range while voting for committee members is important, we do not support the quota for young people on the World Scout Committee in Section A, because this would create a protected class. We wouldn't do this for women, nor do we have it for regions. We want the committee members to be the best candidates. By having a defined percentage for the NSOs, as we just voted on, the numerous calls for commitments to youth development in NSOs, we will have the pipeline of young people with experience developed, and we will have good young candidates for the committee by merit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates from the United States of America. I remind all the delegates, if you wish to address the forum, please raise your hand and accept the invitation. Furthermore, alternatively, you can also use the live Q&A box to address the forum if needed. I understand that the delegates from the Netherlands is ready. We'll now bring you on screen.
Thank you for the floor, Maury. I'd like to once again stress the importance of both A and A1, and also for proposal B here. Even though we do know that this proposal is far from ideal, it is a crucial measure to ensure continued youth engagement on the highest level in bottom decision making. We are well aware that a quota is not the best solution, and we are well aware that this shouldn't be something for the longer term. That is why we propose to reassess this quota after 3 triennia. For now, however, we feel like this is the only way to ensure that sufficient youth will be represented at the highest level and will have an active say in decision-making within our organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the delegates from the Netherlands. I see no further hands raised at this stage. I will just open the floor for another 10 seconds or 20 seconds before I close the discussion. And once again, remind delegates, if you wish to speak, please use the purple, our favorite color of the delegations, purple raise hand button to address the forum. You can also use the live Q&A box and to type your interventions, and we can read it on behalf of the delegates. I see no further hand raised. I now move Amendment A1, the text in blue together with Proposal A as a whole, and Amendment B1 with the red text and the blue text together to a vote. Remember, once again, if Amendment A1 is carried, we'll consider Proposal A as amended, the red and the blue text together as carried. The same principle applies to B1 and Proposal B. In the event that any, like A1 or B1 is defeated, we'll revert back to the original red text. I understand that there is 2 further interventions in the live Q&A chat. I'm going to read this, and this will be the last interventions that we take from the floor. First of all, we have the interventions from the United Kingdom. The delegates of the United Kingdom would like to address the forum as follows. Amendment C, which I think it means Proposal C, would presumably maintain the size of the World Scout Committee at 27. This is already unwieldy, and the possible removal of the Youth Advisor system provides an opportunity to reduce the size and increase the effectiveness or efficiency of the World Scout Committee. Remembering Resolution 2017-K11, review of the World Scout Committee's size for improved efficiency, accountability, and effectiveness. Therefore, we suggest voting against Amendment C. This is the comment and interventions from the United Kingdom. I understand that this is the last interventions we have in the live Q&A box, and I'm not taking further questions from the floor. I now move Amendment A1 and Amendment B1 to a vote. I understand from the voting team that the votes are ready. I now declare the vote open. The vote will be open for 5 minutes. Welcome back to the plenary. The votes are now closed. We'll now show the votes on screen. For Amendment A1, the results are now shown on the screen. The motion is carried. For Amendment B1, the motion is also carried. With Amendment A1 and A2 carried, I will now move Proposal C and D to a vote. Proposal C and D to a vote. The vote will be open for 5 minutes. We'll open the vote after getting confirmation from the voting team. Would head of delegations please go to the e-voting system and get ready. The system is ready. I now declare the vote. My apology. I understand that we are trying resolving the challenges we are facing at the voting system. Please bear with us. The system is ready. We now proceed to vote on Proposal C and D. The vote will open for 5 minutes. The votes are now open. Welcome back. We're now showing on the screen Proposal C with 119 votes against, 56 votes in favor, 11 votes abstentions. The motion is defeated. We now move on to Proposal D. Proposal D is carried. You can also have a look at the results at the e-voting platform. After that, we'll move on again, similar to other resolutions that we're doing. We'll move on to a vote on the entire resolutions as amended. This will give a sense of how the youth forum think about the overall proposal after amendments and discussions. I'll now move 2021G, Youth Advisory System and Youth Involvement in Decision Making, as amended for a vote. The vote will be open for 3 minutes, and I understand that the voting system is ready. The vote is now open. Thank you. The vote is closed. We're now shown on the screen the results for 2021G resolutions, Youth Advisor System. The motion is carried. It is such a long discussions, but thank you so much for all your contributions to the discussions.
Maury, Diana, I think we all need a break. Don't you agree?
Yes.
What about a dance moment?
Okay. A dance again?
Yes.
Really?
Don't ask a Latin. Okay, let's do it.
Okay, let's go.
A dance again, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's dance.
You can do it, Maury.
We need a dance break.
You have been practice.
Everyone, you have practiced for 5 days.
I almost get it.
Again? Okay.
It just goes in my head.
You have to follow the steps.
That break was absolutely necessary, don't you think so?
Yes, yes.
I'm glad we had time to.
Yeah, but I hope everyone is now energetic again.
Yes.
And ready for some more votes and discussions.
We only have 3 more draft resolutions to go, and then we'll be gone. So, 2021D is strengthening safe from harm in the Scout movement. Draft Resolution 2021D is strengthening safe from harm in the Scout movement. For this draft resolution, we only receive 1 proposal. So we will be now opening the floor for any discussions or remarks that delegates wish to make. Remember that you can raise your hand. I hope that you by now know how to raise the hand. There is a purple button that says raise your hand. So if you wish to address the Youth Forum, please raise your hand. And then you will be asked to accept the invitation to join the green room so that you can address the forum. If you have any connectivity problem or you wish to address the forum also through the Q&A, you can also do that, and we can read out loud your comment. Please make sure that if you put a comment, you refer to the proposal. So I'm going to wait a bit more to see if there is any delegation that wishes to speak up and to share their remarks with the Youth Forum on Draft Resolution 2021D, strengthening safe from harm in the Scout movement. I see no raised hands. I would encourage delegates, if you wish to speak on this resolution, a general remark or a particular remark on the proposal, you can do so by raising your hand. I will give 15 more seconds, and after that, if I see no more raised hands or comments, we'll move to the vote. I see 1 hand raised. So wait a moment. We are going to bring you on the green room. Please accept the invitation so that we can bring you on screen. I see the delegates of France. They will address the forum in French. So if the forum participants wishes to activate translation, they can do so. Delegate of France, the floor is yours.
Delegate of France, the floor.
Hi everyone, this is Alain from France, and so I'm going to talk in French. Donc oui, bonjour. On voulait prendre la parole avec la délégation française pour soutenir cette résolution. On pense que Safe from Harm est une politique très importante et que la protection de l'enfance devrait être une de nos priorités en tant qu'un mouvement de jeunesse. Surtout, notamment dans le scoutisme, où on reste donc avec les mêmes jeunes, les mêmes chefs. On a des grandes relations de confiance et d'amitié au sein de notre mouvement qui peuvent nous empêcher des fois d'avoir des points de vue critiques sur nos pratiques et une sensibilité pour reconnaître les situations de maltraitance. C'est pourquoi donc, on pense qu'il faut à tout prix soutenir cette résolution. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, le délégat de France. Thank you, delegate of France. I see no more hands raised, but I do see a comment on the Q&A from the delegation of Maldives that wishes to address the forum as follows. Including the mental well-being of young people in this resolution is definitely a much-needed input considering our current realities. Thank you, delegation of Maldives. I see no more hands raised and no more comments in the Q&A. So I will move the proposal for a vote. This proposal, Proposal A, on draft resolution 2021-D, safe from harm. This vote will be open for 3 minutes. Head of delegations, if you wish to cast your vote, you may do so in the e-voting system. Thank you, delegates. We will soon be able to see the results on the screen, and you can also look at them in the e-voting system. So for Proposal A on Draft Resolution 2021-D, the motion is carried. Thank you. I will now read a comment that went through while calling for a vote, a comment for India, saying, as Scouting is a movement for young people, it is really important to address the issue of safe from harm. Thank you, Delegation of India. I will now call for a vote on the entire Draft Resolution 2021-D, strengthening safe from harm in the Scout movement. Be reminded that this does not approve the resolution, but only serves as a sense of the views of the forum participants. This vote will be open for 3 minutes. The vote is now opened. Thank you, delegations. The vote is now closed. We shall see the results soon on screen. On draft resolution 2021D, the motion is carried. Thank you. We will now move on to draft resolution 2021H, strengthening WASM's environmental sustainability. For this draft resolution, we have received 7 proposals labeled from A to G. As you can see on the live document in different parts, you'll need to scroll a bit up and down to be able to see all of the proposals. And now I will open the floor for any delegation that wishes to address the Youth Forum. Remember that you have to raise your hand in the purple raise hand button, and that you need to accept the invitation to come to the green room so that you can address the Youth Forum and share your remarks. You can also share your comments in the live Q&A section, and we will read them for you. So I will wait a bit to see if there are any delegates that wishes to address the forum on any proposal specifically or on the whole draft resolution. 2021H is strengthening WASM's environmental sustainability. I see there are a lot of proposals. This is a very important topic for the Youth Forum participants. So I encourage you to raise your hand and address the Youth Forum. I'll wait a few more seconds. I see 1 raised hand. So bear with us a few moments so that we can be able to bring you onto the green room. If you wish to address the forum, please raise your hand. I see the delegation of France is ready. So please, the French delegation, you may take the floor now.
Hello, hello everyone. Once again, I'm gonna talk in French. So, donc, à propos de cette résolution, on pense que c'est important que l'OMMS soit toujours en avance sur les questions, sur la question climatique et sur les problématiques actuelles. Donc, en allant dans ce sens, c'est une bonne chose que l'OMMS veuille réduire son impact environnemental. Dans les différents amendements qui vont être proposés, donc, on encourage le niveau mondial et le niveau régional à réduire, à mesurer ses émissions et à réduire son impact. C'est un premier grand pas et c'est un gros chantier à faire. Ce qui n'est pas encore précisé et ce qui est très encouragé, c'est donc qu'on réduise aussi notre impact au maximum au sein de nos NSO, de nos organisations. Et on pense donc au sein de la délégation française que c'est très important. On a vu qu'il y avait un plan de développement personnel. Il est très important de ramener ces connaissances et cette envie de changer les choses vers le mieux et réduire notre impact environnemental dans nos NSO. Et donc, on voulait tous vous encourager à vous investir au maximum au niveau local pour que ce chantier soit un travail collectif. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à la délégation française. Thank you very much, delegation of France. I see at the moment no other hands raised, but I do see a comment from the Norwegian delegation, and I will read it out loud. The Norwegian delegation would like to express that expressions like modus operandi are exclusionary to many of the international youth participating at this conference. Thanks. Comment noted, Norway. Thank you. And I see no more hands raised. This will be your last chance if you wish to address the forum. I will give 10 more seconds to see if there is another hand raised. If not, we will move to the vote. I see no hands raised, so we will be moving for a vote on the 7 proposals that we have. Since we have a lot of proposals, this vote will be open for a maximum of 15 minutes. If you can do it less, that would be okay, but a maximum of 15 minutes so that you can cast your vote if you wish to for the proposals on Draft Resolution 2021H, strengthening WASM's environmental sustainability. The vote will be open for 15 minutes, and the vote is now open. Thank you, delegations, for casting your votes. We are back. We will be announcing the results of each proposal. We did notice there was a text missing in the English version of the F proposal. There was a year missing. So we will be repeating that vote only on proposal F. For now, we will announce all of the other results. So for proposal A, the results are as shown on screen, and the motion is carried. Thank you. For proposal B, the results are as shown on the screen, and this motion is carried. Thank you. Proposal C, moving on. As you see on the screen, these are the results, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to proposal D. The results are shown on the screen, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Proposal E. As you see on screen, this motion was also carried. Thank you. And then skipping proposal F, which we'll be repeating, we will move on to proposal G. These are the results of proposal G. As you see, the motion is carried. We will be repeating the vote on proposal F. If you refresh your document, the live document, you will see now that the text already includes in the English and the French version the date, as shown on the screen. So we will now move to a vote only for proposal F. The system is ready. And for this vote, you will have only 3 minutes or less. The vote is now open. Thank you, delegations, and thank you also to the delegations of Sweden and Austria for spotting that error that we had in the text. So now we will be announcing the results of this vote. Proposal F is carried. Thank you very much. And before we move on to the vote on the whole draft resolution 2021H, I also want to highlight or share a comment that the delegation of Maldives shared with us through the Q&A. The delegation of Maldives says, "We certainly believe that when it comes to environmental sustainability and climate change, World Scouting, as the largest movement of young people, should be more active in its advocacy efforts and should recognize that conservation efforts can ensure communities become more resilient from disasters." Thank you, the delegation of Maldives. I will now move the draft resolution 2021H, strengthening WASM's environmental sustainability as amended. This will be open, this vote will be open for 3 minutes. And remember that this does not approve the resolution, but it conveys our views as Youth Forum. The system is ready, so this vote will be opened for 3 minutes. The vote is open. Thank you, delegations. We will now be announcing the results of our views on Draft Resolution 2021H, Strengthening WASM's Environmental Sustainability. You can also see the results on the e-voting system, and as we see on the screen, this motion is carried. Thank you very much. And with that, we come to the final and the last resolution for the plenary of today. For this, I will pass on to Maury.
Thank you so much. This is the last resolutions that we're going to discuss. I hope you are still energetic, and after that, we'll have our closing section of the Youth Forum. Now we are on Resolution 2021I, Scouts events in the modern world. There are two proposals that we have received, as shown on the screen. The first proposal is on the title of the resolutions, and second is on the main body of the resolutions as marked in Proposal A. I will now open the floor for discussion. Again, if you wish to speak and address the forum, please raise your hand, and we'll bring you to the green room and to the floor. Remember, by now, you should know already, you will need to accept the invitation, and you can always use the live Q&A chat to raise your interventions, and we can speak on behalf of you to the floor. I understand there is an intervention by text from the Netherlands, and I'll read it out on behalf of the delegates of Netherlands. The delegations of Netherlands would like to address the forum as follows. While the point raised in Amendment A is valid, we want to stress that this amendment is somewhat off topic in the light of the rest of the resolution. This resolution is specifically about providing guidance and support for hosts of Scout events on how to act and what procedures to follow in case of an unexpected major disruption. We strongly feel like carrying Amendment A would weaken the resolution and would therefore not endorse it. Thank you so much, the delegates from the Netherlands. I will open the floor for any further comments before we move this to a vote. Again, we'll be voting on the proposal first, and then we'll vote on the entire resolutions. Remember, there is one amendment on the title and one proposal on the text. I see no further hands by now. I will open the floor for another 10 seconds. I confirm I see no further hand raised and no further comments in the live Q&A box. I will now move the two proposals to the vote. The votes will be open for 3 minutes. I understand the proposals and the votes are ready. We'll now open the system for votes. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. welcome back to the plenary. We'll now show the results on the screen. For the first proposal on the title, the motion is carried. And for proposal A, the motion is also carried. We'll now move the entire Resolutions 2021I, which originally titled Scouts Event in Modern World and is now amended as Resilience and Risk Management in Scout Events, to a vote. And this is Youth Forum. This is the last vote of the 14th World Scout Youth Forum. Are you ready? Are you excited? I'm very excited. And I'm sure all the people at the back of the studio, the voting team, the tellers, and all our production staff are very, very excited about this last vote. So head of delegates, be ready, go on to the e-voting system and cast your votes. The system is ready. Head of delegates, cast your vote if you wish. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. Enjoy. We're back to the plenary, and the vote is now closed. The very, very last vote of the 14th World Scout Youth Forum. The result will be shown on the screen. Resolutions 2021I, Resilience and Risk Management in Scout Events, with 188 votes in favor, 186 vote in favor, 6 abstentions, and 4 against. The resolutions as amended is carried. Congratulations, Youth Forum. And congratulations to everyone. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the international teams for putting your efforts together, and my greatest thanks to the drafting committee for pulling this together in a very short time. Without their efforts, this would not be happening. Friends in Scouting, in 3 minutes, we'll have the closing section of the Youth Forum. Let's take a break, ready for your dance, and come back in 3 minutes. See you.
Welcome back, everyone. This will be the closing session of this 14th World Scout Youth Forum. It has been challenging, but also truly amazing to see you all around during the past 5 days. I'm very inspired by your engagement and your enthusiasm and commitment to World Scouting. I'm also really happy with the results that we have achieved together. We are truly having an impact in the Scout movement by making our voices heard and bridging the world through dialogue, empathy, love, and kindness. To start this closing session, we have a very special guest with us tonight here in Dubai. Tomorrow, this might be the morning or evening or late night, wherever you are. Today we have here Ahmad Al-Endawi, who was Secretary General. Welcome, Ahmad.
Thanks, Diana.
So, we would like to ask you, Ahmad, to please share with the Youth Forum participants your final remarks about this Youth Forum.
Thank you so very much, Diana, Maury, Carla. Thanks for having me, and thanks for you did a wonderful job over the past 5 days. I think you filled the air beautifully. You connected all of us. I must admit, your energy is electric. I mean, you really transmitted that energy everywhere, and you could feel it for the participants around the world. I mean, as we come to the close of the Youth Forum, this is a moment of reflecting in a wonderful experience for all participants. And I have to start with thanking the planning team that has imagined and reimagined again this experience several times, allowing this forum to be designed and for them to pivot and adapt throughout this, and really arriving to deliver an experience that, least I can say about this experience, is truly impactful. It's really impactful for the Scout movement and for all young participants who joined over the past 5 days. Also want to thank all delegations who have joined from all corners of the world. I know there are some technical challenges sometimes, there are some difficulties in connecting, but we were there. I mean, I've followed in social media, I've followed all the memes that they were coming as well. There was a lot of memes about you, and there's a lot of funny memes coming that shows really that the Scouting is also about having fun and making impact. I think both were achieved during this forum. I was just reflecting on the message we shared 4 years ago in Gabala, the Youth Forum. And in the closing, we were reflecting on why we come together at the Youth Forum in the first place and why this matters. And the reason it matters because the Scouting needs continuity and needs a cadre of young leaders who can come together and can connect across all countries to invest and commit for Scouting and ideate for the future of this movement. What happens at the Youth Forum is truly allowing this network of young leaders to come together from 172 countries. Maybe we have less countries joining, but for sure we have new countries joining us. All of us were touched by seeing some of the new delegates who are joining the forum for the first time. I personally was moved seeing the Solomon Islands delegation gathering and connecting with everyone, sharing their ideas and saying, yes, we are part of this beautiful movement. We want to be part of crafting its future as well. So all delegations who are made sure that we are able to share ideas, share amendments, share thoughts about how Scouting should be structured, how the movement should be connected, and how the future of our movement should be organized. To all of you, your ideas not only were captured in the outcome document, not only the amendments to the resolution, but I ask you to take them not only to the conference in 2-3 days, but take them as well to your national Scout organizations. Make sure that your voices are heard. Make sure that you are able to influence change in your inner circles at the local level, at the national level, and all the way to the international level. This network of young leaders that have been created over the past 5 days, these ideas that have been debated, will be probably one of the most important investments for the future of Scouting and how we can make sure that the Scout program continues to be relevant and attractive to more young people. In Gabala 4 years ago, we made some commitments. There were probably 10 commitments I made in the closing about how we can increase youth participation, make WOLSA more accessible to young people. I'm very proud that we actually achieved a lot of those, including making sure that the experience of youth advisors, who did a wonderful job over the past 4 years, is really more plugged to all the processes, and they're able to advise us in how we can make sure that we be a better version of ourselves. but also in the work we have carried about opening more opportunities for young people, having more internship opportunities, more junior openings, more volunteers joining the operation framework. In every area, the question of youth engagement, having more youth involvement in the decision-making of Folsom was front and center. And some of these commitments about making Folsom also more appealing to young people through social media, through the initiatives we launched, through the campaigns, through really speaking to some of the priorities. When I see the amendments and the declaration coming strong in climate change and sustainable development, inequalities and fighting inequalities, that's what the Scout movement stands for today. And that's the spirit of young people that's truly shaping what direction this movement should take. So these declarations are not words on paper or typed in electronic and shared in social media. They are really defining at this moment of time what the Scout movement is all about. This is not a dull movement. This is not a passive movement. This is a growing movement that is expanding and caring deeply about the issues around us. We care about gender equality, care about tackling climate change. We're not neutral when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals. One report just came out saying that if we continue at the current pace, we will achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in 2082. That's not acceptable. And this movement doesn't accept that we don't double our efforts and encourage others to do. And we don't do that only in advocacy by words. We do that by making commitments and taking things to the ground. That's why we have initiatives like Messengers of Peace, Scout for SDGs, are telling the world that we are going to make 4 billion hours of service for the SDGs, and we'll continue doubling in these efforts. These voices, these commitments that are coming from the Scout movement, saying that we are not just looking inside and fixing a little thing here or a semicolon here or a little initiative there. This movement, first and foremost, is really feeling the fact that we are the largest educational youth movement in a world that is troubled by a lot of problems. And we think we do have a historic responsibility in getting this generation of young people to tackle these most pressing issues. That's what we stand for, and that's what your forum made your declaration, your amendment, your resolutions, your discussion, and all the fun you had as well, to show that the friendship and international friendship is possible, connecting people together is possible. And I think that's the spirit that I would love to see also be carried at the conference and beyond that as we look to the future. So to everyone, thank you so much for really teaching us, for inspiring us, for showing us what does it mean to be a youth movement coming together at times of pandemic, saying that we are going to connect with each other, we're going to find a better future for the world. And when it comes to our commitments, we are going to double down our efforts, and also not shying away from saying, our own house is not perfect, we can improve it as well. We can open up for more youth engagement. We can open up for more opportunities that would enable young people to find a home in Scouting, and through Scouting, find the change they want to see in the world around us. And to close, I just would like to say that the efforts that led to designing this experience for young people, the energy that we have seen here is, for me, is really all the energy that anyone serving in Folsom today in any capacity would need to know that actually we will go out and we'll make sure that we will do the conference by uniting our movement, by imagining how the next 3 years would be and the post-2023, and how we can craft a way forward that wouldn't think of Scouting as an isolated thing from the world around us, but connect the two so we can make Scouting better and the world better. So thank you so much for this experience, for your energy, and for everyone who made this experience possible. And I just have to tell you at the end that I think your dancing skills were widely commended. Everybody was dancing here and enjoying with you. And as you were dancing, not only that you managed to navigate us through the Youth Forum, and we took a lot of good learnings that we would apply at the conference. The Youth Forum is not only for learning, because we all learn every day. The delegates who will come at the conference also will have a learning experience there. So thank you so much. Looking forward to working with you as we go to the conference. And to all delegates, thank you so much for your commitment and engagement, and bring that to your NSOs and to the conference in a few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad, for those very, very inspiring remarks. I'm absolutely confident that the Youth Forum participants will carry over this commitment through also their personal action plans. This will not stay here in words, not only the Youth Forum Declaration and the proposals and amendments to the draft resolutions, but they will make an impact at their own communities. I'm sure of that. So thank you. Now, let's move on to a very important segment where we will also like to recognize our newly elected youth advisors to the World Scout Committee. We will have them soon here with us to say congratulations to all of them. Hey, congratulations to the newly elected youth advisors. We look forward to you all making sure that your voices, our voices here, and the perspectives of the Youth Forum participants are represented in all decision-making processes of the World Scout Committee. We wish you luck in your roles in the next triennium. Congratulations, Fatima, Jubinara, Riz, Al-Hassan, Mama, Melissa. Congratulations. And we will also like to take a minute to thank my friends and members of the planning team of this World Scout Youth Forum for their incredible efforts and their energy and dedication and hard work for making this virtual forum a reality. I know we spent 2.5 years together with ups and downs, a lot of work, never stopping, so I really deeply thank you for all your commitment. Thank you, Anna, thank you, Sarah, Noor, Ahmed, Sararita, and Rafa, Mori, Carla, thank you. And now, I will like to invite all of us to see a little bit of a recap to what we did in the last 3 years. I would like to invite, not 3 actually, sorry, I keep saying 3 because it's a triennium, but 4 years. It does feel like 4 years. I would like to invite my fellow friends, the outgoing youth advisors, to say a few words of farewell. Thank you for your service for the Scouting movement. I will start inviting Edgar first to our virtual stage for his last remarks. Welcome, Edgar.
Hello.
Okay, I actually see. I actually see Martin. Welcome, Martin.
I mean, I'm used to being mixed up with Julius, but Edgar is the first. But happy to take his place for a moment. Yeah, happy to give some closing remarks. It has been quite a ride over the last 4 years, and I would really like to take this opportunity and share with all of you how proud I am. Proud that more than 700 young people came to the World Scout Youth Forum with different perspectives and different ideas, and that you all managed to agree on a direction where our movement should be heading. But don't be mistaken, your job is really not over yet. The Youth Forum cannot set the direction of our movement. That is the job of our conference. So it is up to each and every one of you to take the outcomes of what we achieved and bring them to the conference via your national delegations, so that we can truly shape the direction our movement is taking. Take your shot and continue the legacy of thousands of youth delegates before you. It is what you're doing right now that really makes a difference. The decisions that lie ahead of you will have a long-lasting consequences of our movement. It has been an absolute pleasure to serve on the World Scout Committee for the last 4 years, and I would like to thank you for your trust and support in me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, for those remarks. Now, I'll invite my friend Julius to share his final remarks. Welcome, Julius.
Thank you so much, Diana, and thank you, everyone. One of the great things about being part of a governance platform is that you have the opportunity to create space for conversations that matter to you. Space that we can fill with critical questions and personal experiences. And this is really what we've done over the course of this youth forum. You fill this space with your critical questions and your very unique personal experiences. And we've had that privilege over the course of the past 4 years on the World Scout Committee. This year's Youth Forum has actually expanded the space for young people in decision making, while we've continued to asking the critical question, who is not in the room? So as we leave the Youth Forum and enter another room, the World Scout Conference, bring your experiences and your ideas and questions with you, and let's continue sharing them without compromise. I think we're a force of power and the most important source of knowledge as we chart the future of our movement. So let's continue celebrating the power of youth and confronting the powerlessness of young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius, for those remarks. Now I'll give the floor to Maury for his final remarks.
Thank you. To me, it's such an emotional moment. I would like to say how I'm honored to serve the movement in the past 4 years. I think it was indeed a remarkable and inspiring one to me. Scouting in general and working in the World Scout Committee are the best examples of intergenerational and intercultural dialogues that we're having every day. Working in the committee provided me with opportunities to discuss and debate on various issues and to be part of the governance body of World Scouting. We may not be always agreeing with each other, but it's important for us to appreciate the beauty of diversity and unity in the movement. It is the reason why more than 57 million Scouts nowadays working in different areas, but we all work towards the same goal to create a better world. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank personally to my family, partner, mentors, and friends in Scouting, and of course, my National Scout organization. Without all your support, it is impossible for me to come so far and serve the movement. Dear Youth Forum, we will soon come to the end of the forum, but it's an opening for another Scouting journey for every one of us. It is important for all of us to bring what we have discussed and learned back to your own NSOs and make a positive impact. I'm so honored to spend time with all of you at the Youth Forum and all the friends that I have met in Scouting for the past 4 years. Thank you so much. Deanna, head back to you.
Thank you, Maury, and thank you for those inspiring words. Now, I'd like to invite Amal, my dearest friend, to come to stage. Almost there, almost there. Just be patient. We'll be soon listening to her final remarks. Amal and myself were the only 2 women in this group of 6 youth advisors, so we got really close.
At the end of this exciting, memorable, and marking 4 years, I'm truly appreciative of the whole journey that I went through within an incredible team of 27 empathic, hardworking, great persons, be it at the level of the committee as a whole, but also among our small team of youth advisors, where I learned even more on how to enjoy being a part of a diverse team, while maintaining unity and friendship. I'm confident that we made great progress towards achieving Vision 2023, while also being sure that there is a lot more to do. I'm grateful for the 2017 World Scout Youth Forum friends who have put their trust in us, and I wish that we were up to their expectations. I'm equally amazed by the work that these Youth Forum delegates and observers managed to put together, despite it being a first-time virtual experience for all of us. As we have discussed during the forum, being the ambitious people we are, there is still a lot to achieve. And this is a joint responsibility that relies on each one of us. I am sure that being here at this forum is a great starting point, and I look forward to seeing a lot of people shining in the coming years. And the conference is actually absolutely an immediate next step. What a journey it was. Thank you all. Thank you, team, and to everyone who made this possible.
Thank you very much, dear Amal, for those final remarks. We will now have with us Edgar Marumbu. Welcome, Edgar.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana. This is really an emotional moment as we close the forum. We closed the 14th World Scout Youth Forum on an extremely jovial and hopeful note. It was a different kind of forum, courtesy for our present reality of COVID-19. We could not be together in person, but we have managed to create a special experience online. Some may only look at the challenge COVID-19 has brought to the world, but I think it has also enabled us to tap into our deepest strengths and unravel the very best of who we are as scouts and as young people. It has shown and given us the ability to stand up and be involved, to claim our spaces at the table and take it, to participate in important discussions that shape our very future and that of thousands of other scouts and young people. We close the forum today, but begin a journey that will carry the spirit of the forum to all of your NSOs. I leave you today with one simple statement. Life is an unprecedented series of actions and inactions, which lead us towards perceived futures that we all co-create. Pick the actions wisely, and let us co-create our desired world together. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure, and the forum lives on.
Thank you, Edgar, for those inspiring words. I'm also getting a little bit emotional here. On my side, if I may, I just have one word to summarize these past 4 years. Well, it's actually 2 words. Thank you. I want to thank the World Scout Youth Forum participants of 2017 for trusting us as youth advisories. And thank you to the participants of this forum for making the best of this experience and being part of the first ever virtual and the largest World Scout Youth Forum. A huge thank you once again and over again to the planning team that dedicated 2.5 years for planning this event with so many different challenges. Thank you for your enthusiasm and your hard work, dear friends. Thank you. Thank you also to my 5 youth advisor colleagues. I have really enjoyed our discussions and the laughs together. Thank you also to the World Scout Committee members for showing us that intergenerational dialogue is possible and that we still have much to do. Thank you to the World Scout Bureau colleagues for supporting our work during these years, during this forum, and for being so professional. And going back home, I'd like to thank my NSO, my Scout leaders and mentors that have always trusted in me. Thank you. And thank you, most importantly, to my family, to my husband, for all their support in this journey, for their patience with all the 7 a.m. meetings. A lot. Friends, I can say that we proudly have accomplished the mission. Thank you. Maury, over to you.
Thank you. Dear delegates, we're going to close the forum soon. You will still have access to the Youth Forum participation platform to export all your contacts, section notes, and stay connected through the Meeting Hub for the next 30 days. As the platform is prepared for the 42nd World Scout Conference, the Youth Forum agenda as section will not be available again. We have also prepared an exit survey in which you can now see in the chat box in the discussion forum. This will give you an opportunity to reflect all your learnings and to share your inputs from the personal action plan. We really recommend all participants go to the chat, answer the exit survey, and share your thoughts and learning with all of us. Some of us will be very soon together again at the conference. How exciting it is. In the conference, each youth participant will have an essential role to carry the voice and proposal of the Youth Forum that we have worked on for days and nights. The Youth Forum proposals will not be brought to the conference directly, and they will need to be proposed and seconded by member organizations. This will also allow member organizations to discuss, to consider, and to deliberate further the proposals from the Youth Forum. However, it is crucial for all of us to reach out, to tell the conference that these are the voices from the Youth Forum. You will have different opportunities to do so. First, Our planning team will share the Youth Forum report to the conference, highlighting the outcomes of the Youth Forum discussion. Later, the same day at the conference, in each of the resolution section of the World Scout Conference, assigned youth participants will be given a short time to share the outcome of the Youth Forum on the defined topics. Finally, you will also have opportunity to join all the networking sections at the meeting hub to share and promote the Youth Forum proposals to the World Scout Conference. Thank you so much once again for all your great inputs and discussions at the Youth Forum. As you now move to discuss these proposals with member organizations, please also ensure that your proposals are included in the correct part of the resolutions, especially when it comes to the Triennial Plan and the proposals that are covered, not covered, or covered in the other resolutions or in the Triennial Plan. We all understand that the Youth Forum outcome will be further discussed, refined, and amended as appropriate before submitting to the conference. So Youth Forum, it is now your turn to continue the spirits and to raise your voice to the conference constructively. Deanna, head back to you.
Thank you, Maury. So, after these emotional moments and some important announcements, we want all of us to take a moment to look back and see what we did and what we enjoyed during these past 5 days. Excited to welcome all of you to the 14th World Scout Youth Forum.
The first ever virtual World Scout Youth Forum would not be possible without an amazing team of people who work day and night.
Then I am very happy now to declare the 14th World Scout Youth Forum officially open.
I look forward to the outcomes of this meeting and continuing to work hand in hand with all of you to help realize a world where no young person is left behind.
This is the biggest World Scout Youth Forum ever.
And how we all over the world are going to be united together to work on the same ideas.
Make sure you can have you can create a better world in the future with innovation.
We'll formulate impactful solutions and effective work plan to help the scouting world get back on track.
Let us all welcome Chandrajali Rao, the Time Magazine's first ever Kid of the Year.
World Scouts can ensure that diversity and inclusivity is part of what you do, because no one group is going to bring about a change. It needs all of us.
And we cannot, as a Scouts, we cannot, as the world's largest educational youth movement, not to use our voice. For me, influence comes with using the voice.
I think it's incumbent upon us to find ways and means to ensure that every young person on the planet, regardless of their circumstances, has the ability to access quality non-formal education, including especially within Scouting.
Thank you very much. First thing, it's really nice to be here with all of you today.
How they can improve the young people involvement.
To enhance youth participation in decision making, and that is the very fundamental motivation behind this.
So thank you for providing us such an inspirational forum.
And how can we ensure that safe from harm is accepted at all levels?
That we can work jointly to advance youth engagement.
I now have the honor to announce the results of the election for the 2021-2024 mandate of the Youth Advisors to the World Scout Committee. You all deserve a big round of applause.
The Youth Declaration is really a statement that shows the diversity and the unity in the way we think about the future of the movement.
The drafting committee received, by the deadline, 44 draft proposals for the Youth Forum Declaration.
I now declare the vote open.
Cultural differences should be put in consideration in order to strengthen the Youth Forum Declaration.
I think it is important to show the respect to different culture.
As a worldwide movement, we should lead by example.
We salute the efforts in order to increase youth engagement.
As it strengthens the language of the declaration and thus of youth engagement and involvement.
First of all, as young people, we need to have tools to measure the impact of our service.
The motion is carried. And now we have a Youth Forum Declaration.
Okay, let's get the dance challenge. for being with us during these 5 days. That is a very inspiring wrap-up of the forum. So now I want to dance. That's the only thing I want to do. Now I declare officially that this 14th World Scout Youth Forum is closed.